we go.
Hielo 2.
particularly good.
Max armor! Fetch me their souls!
I just lost 10 bucks.
I am the one screaming bloody murder!
Bomber! Look at this! This got you a reward and an invite to Bill's bowling party.
If only I had some surplus meat to distract them.
None of which are helping you. It doesn't get any better than this. Literally!
Bit too fruity for my tastes.
Max ammo!
Like lambs to the slaughter! Dead lads!
two perspectives of people who are being very like resistant to the situation. One of them is fully taking advantage of getting stuff, and then the other one, this dude is like nothing. He won't even interact except with the one that was. He was like, my mom was a bitch.
Look at absolutely stunning. Gorgeous. Look at this.
Gather one und gather all. I feel better. Better than what? I am
One
not
question I have.
sure.
For those whose first language is not English, is English a tough language to learn? Because I know it's kind of like we say things in wonky ways, like compared to other languages. Is English a tough language? I've never even thought about it.
Mastered it, and I don't even know any others.
Very resilient.
I think we may be unstoppable. At least right up until the point when we're stopped.
Oh, is this where he's all out of road?
What is all this?
He's like a scene from
Lure them to their timely demise.
Oh god.
You will know me by the bodies I leave in my wake. Why don't you pick on someone else? You do have choices. Monkey see, this ecosystem has a fantastic imagination.
Valid.
I mean, it would probably take a miracle for him to survive this hike, right? We're just sucking it so far. You just call him Mono? Sure.
Hopefully that's not this one. Oh, it's kind of creepy sounding. The sounds coming from this cave. He's doing great.
I mean, he is very resilient. He's clearly very driven. Because you don't get this far without patience. Oh my god. I would imagine they got to him in time to save his life because they don't want him
That's
to die.
hardcore, that guy.
I mean, like the perseverance, dedication, just the
Identity is
drive.
deadly,
I
as
couldn't
you are
imagine
gaudy.
many people being able to get as far as he did.
No, I wouldn't have lasted a second in
I would
that
say-
jungle.
Probably less than 1% of the world.
God damn.
0.0001%
Yeah.
could pull that off.
I'd say fetch me their souls, but
Even getting to where he got.
it's late for that.
Seeing those trees with those spikes. Holy shit.
Nature is
Yeah.
nature.
For sure that they're going to, once he's like unable to fix that, I feel like they're going to fix him and take him to Carol. It's been a month. So who knows where he is. I mean, I would imagine whatever got put into his body, is there even anything that exists currently in the world to combat whatever his body is?
Max ammo.
How many people have been infected by that?
It's just a bacterial infection. You just need some antibiotics.
Do you
and
have the
you're
proper ban?
good.
Do you like
I don't know.
has
I don't know.
has anyone in the world seen the bacteria that tree could potentially put into your body? I don't know. That's one of those kind of like, it seems like such a rare thing that it's so far into the fucking jungle that most people haven't made it that far. And if they are going into that spot and they're getting hit by that, they're dying because they're not gonna have phone access.
No.
So your cell phone ain't working there.
And you don't just randomly have a helicopter.
Yeah,
or do
exactly.
you?
So like I'm hopeful that they got to him in time. They're taking care of him. They're doing what he needs. And again, under these circumstances, it's probably a best case scenario because you literally have the minds of every fucking doctor in the entire world that is obviously didn't die when the switch happened, but so many brilliant minds combined probably gonna fix him and he's gonna be like new, I would imagine. I
As
mean,
long
that's
as he lets them, I guess.
I mean, he's passed out when they arrived, so they might just do it again against his will.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens and where his story goes. That shit was crazy.
It was crazy.
It was quite the beautiful journey, though.
It was. It was really pretty.
I mean, seeing things that eyes probably are never going to see again. Most people in the entire world will never experience such a thing. So, like, if you're trying to take positives out of a situation, there's that. Because, I mean, the forest, the architecture of the buildings, that water was incredibly
So,
blue.
Yeah.
And again, there's no human interaction interfering with any of this stuff to make it look. I mean, nature's doing its thing. It's basically like healing itself because there's no interference, it feels
True.
like.
True.
So like that whole situation is insane, and I hope he makes it out of there.
I do too.
He is a
because-
stubborn son of a bitch, though.
Oh my god, so stubborn, but good for him, man.
Yeah, he's
you
sticking
know?
to his beliefs, and what he said is true because regardless if this is like the true definition of like an alien invasion, the people that are there, the hive mind that is taken over, they don't belong there. Nothing there is belongs to them, and he's telling the truth there. But granted, it's like an invasion.
Yeah.
If you invade and you take over, I guess it's yours. So I
True.
mean, that I guess
You
that's
did-
the
you
way
s-
that
I mean,
it goes.
He did. He said you stole it.
Yeah.
You did.
So I guess that is
you
one
stole
way.
those bodies. You stole the area that you stole it.
Yeah. So I guess that's one way to look at it. But this story with Carol, it continues to evolve, obviously. And I mean, the way they were showing her throughout this episode, you felt like they were building to a moment that she had with Zosha.
Slowly slipping into insanity.
Yeah. And I mean, you could only do so much to pass your time and not lose your mind. Being alone is, I mean, it's great in short spurts,
Mm-hmm.
but spending 48 days essentially alone, well, it hasn't been that long. It's probably been like a little, like month and a half probably, that she's actually been isolated by herself.
Yeah.
But it's just like, that's a month is a long ass time to be by yourself, doing whatever you can to just kill the time and just let it go by and just trying to fill your time with activities. And she tried.
Yeah.
Like she went to a spa, she had a nice dinner, she was playing golf. How much of that can you actually do before like literally losing your mind and
I mean-
becoming so I would get so fidgety and like restless. You
There's
probably
no one, you you have to interact with somebody else.
How do you
just
even
have
sleep?
to.
Like you'd be so tired. I don't know if you'd be
I don't
able
know
to
if
sleep.
you would be so tired. I think your mind would just go, and
It's-
because like there's no, your brain would literally like make itself crazy because you're not doing enough to stimulate your brain.
Right, and she's trying.
Yeah.
Listening to music. She's playing with firework. I mean, I feel like she was ready to go because she let that firework like. She was like,
Yeah.
"Fuck it, it's gonna shoot me. It's gonna hit me, whatever," and that was wild.
Yeah, just
Was that her breaking point?
I feel
Maybe like the realization of like,
yeah.
shit, I almost
can't
died
do
just
this
now.
anymore. Yeah, I can't do this alone.
Do you fully feel like her reaction to Zosha was authentic and real?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't think that's just like her mind playing tricks on her?
No,
Okay.
I think she needed Zosha so much.
I think it was real. I think it was authentic.
Yeah.
I think she legitimately was beyond the point of needing, like, I know I keep saying this, the human is gone, the person is gone, but the body is still there. So you could trick yourself at that stage, I would imagine. Again, this is an unimaginable situation that she's dealing with. You could kind of trick yourself to believe that this is a true human connection that I'm having right now with someone.
Yeah.
Regardless if, like, they are human enough, they are people enough to where if you're lacking that for a month plus, it's gonna feel real. And I think she genuinely needed that. She needed the hug, the connection. She needed to see another person. She hadn't seen someone in a long ass time.
No.
Like, not even just talking to anyone, just seeing someone. It's been a while. So yeah, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Pluribus Season 1, Episode. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Pluribus Season 1, Episode number 8 is here. Penultimate. Let's see what we got.
Goodness.
That was quite the episode that we got in this last one. Just, I mean, Carol and Manusos, I hope I'm saying her name correctly. The two of them are special, stubborn people. I mean, the journey this dude went on and learning about the Darien Gap, I just pulled it up because I was actually quite curious. That shit was so insane, and apparently a lot of people die there attempting to like make this trek, and
I wouldn't have lasted him that long. I would have been dead.
yeah,
Like,
like the thing that ended up getting him, this tree with these giant horns, like that
oh
looked
my god.
awful. And then he tried to like burn it. That whole sequence was just so insane. And I mean, just for that, he literally had nothing to do. But he won't communicate. He wants nothing from them.
You don't own anything on this planet. Nothing on this planet.
Insta-kill!
Never felt less
It's just
comfortable
it's
in my
hard to
own
like
skin.
again fully understanding both of their mindsets in the scenario. I don't know if I'd be able to act like he does, just like I don't think I'd be able to act like Thor does. I think I would be similar along the lines of just like, but I think I might take advantage of some of the things that were offered to me. I don't know. Again, it feels like such an impossible thing to get yourself into, but his journey ended up with him. I'm gonna talk about this a little bit more, but it looks like either he waved for them to come help him or leave him alone. But regardless, someone is coming to help him, and he is probably gonna live. He's probably gonna get taken care of, and instead of being left there all by himself, by people or whoever, whatever the hell you call them, they swooped in a helicopter to save him. So we'll see what his story continues to be, what the deal is with
Do
him.
mind
Does he survive?
feeding,
Does he
little
refuse
monkey.
service? Does he refuse treatment? This dude Carol is like, she'll take advantage of him. She does it very reluctantly, but she's still asking for things. And her situation was quite interesting in this episode. You're basically seeing this isolation drive her mad to the point to where she actually
I don't like being home alone.
And she was alone for over a month, doing her best to try to have a routine. I mean, she had a fireworks moment where she was just
Some things take time to grow on. This will be quick. They do say that misery loves company. a mess. Nature can be very, very cruel. As can I.
All about your passion pride. You're still here? Well, shit. I just lost 10 bucks. Congratulations! You win! I bet it's real nice keeping that peace.
As far as I know, these eyes bear no fruit.
Max armor! Max ammo!
Richtofen preparing sentry turret. I will now unleash my simian saboteur. That was a more elaborate sentry than you deserve. getting lost in the minutia. Take one of these! Doctor's orders! What goes up must come down! Just look at the Hindenburg. What does not kill me, etc., etc. I wish I knew you all by name, just so I could gloat properly.
I said this was gonna be fun. I never said shit about fair.
Pain is part of life. Dead. impact. Should I be wearing safety goggles? They do say that misery loves company. Ah, that's put a spring in mein step. Around here? Surely they must be in high demand. the bodies I leave in my wake. That was fun. I hope everyone enjoyed watching. They died so that I might live.
just like, fuck it. If I
Yeah.
die, I die.
Yeah.
Like if this thing shoots me in the face, whatever. She didn't flinch. She didn't try to like adjust it. Nothing. It felt like she was ready. And then the next day, she went and got some paint, painted a big message saying come back. And I think the really interesting aspect of the story now, with both of them, it almost feels quite intentional now to the point that they behaved and acted this way to the two of them to almost force them into asking them to come back. Like especially with Carol, like this isolation forced her. She was either gonna like die, or she was going to like go mad of isolation. But it drove her to the point where she was essentially manipulated into asking them to come back, which I thought was a fascinating aspect of the story.
I didn't think of it like
I saw a lot of discussions about that based off of that last episode, and because my kind of focus was like, was that genuine from her? I'm not sure it's genuine from them because they are manipulating her. They need something from her, and they don't necessarily. I don't know. They need consent for the stem cells, and obviously she's not going to give that. But I'm wondering if this like breaking point even makes her consider switching. Is that
Double points!
that she had over this month plus? I think like a lot of people complained about the last episode. I thought it was a fascinating one in terms of character development,
yeah, yeah.
and just seeing them go through this, specifically Nusos and Carol, seeing them go
Like
through their separate
lambs to
journeys,
the
which,
slaughter.
again,
Dead lambs.
might not be the smartest way to be handling this situation, but it's the way that they're doing it, and it's the way that they feel most comfortable. But I'm wondering if there's a level of manipulation to use this against them and make them I think that's a good one. But I think it was a fascinating episode, just watching day to day, watching the development, and then ultimately watching him have his problems in this forest, this Darien gap, and then watching her just have another breakdown and basically tell her to come back. I think it's a fascinating episode. I think the storytelling is really good. Character development is really interesting. Seeing where these two people go and how their journey continues to like move forward, I'm just so curious by what this show is presented, where it's potentially going. I mean, we have this episode and the finale. Does the Hive Mind have this capability
Who would
of
like to
building a
experience the
scenario
curse of the
to
monkey?
I think all of that is really interesting. And where to go next? Let's find out.
Puede escucharnos. No se siente.
Not even
Qué gran susto. Hay noticias que las personas se están escondiendo los antibióticos. Sin embargo, se va a tener que quedar aquí por un tiempo. Necesita recuperar su fuerza.
Tear them to pieces!
The world, no restrictions. Watching.
How does he even have the energy to do this?
Oh, your skull just exploded.
Su tratamiento en esta
This kind of situation right here. It's also like I feel bad for him, but it's also hard to feel bad for him because he's doing this to himself.
he feels as though he has
But I think it's pretty clear that he doesn't. Literally got into the hospital.
Not enough to gain the name, though.
It's just like it's just a devil's advocate. Again, I couldn't put myself in this situation, and I accept these people's trust them.
Keef looks good in here.
Oh, I was about to return that.
Oh, we think it looks really good there.
So many bodies, so little time.
Could be fun.
I'd rather not play any game against a person who has the knowledge and abilities of the entire
everyone.
world.
Bananagrams?
Oh.
No, that wouldn't be any fun. You know all the words.
See?
Chess. No. Jesus, no.
Also, you're missing a white rook, remember? But we can get you a new one.
What else we got? Risk. Oh, world domination. That's hilarious.
Ah.
What about the one you used to play with your cousins?
Too slow. Are you letting me win? Or do you just suck at this?
Keep playing and
I've not thought about this game years. My nana had a blue deck and a red deck, and she used to make us put them all back in the right boxes before we put them away. Loser has to stay.
That's so creepy to me.
So why do they call it that?
I feel better. Better than what? I am not sure. Lure them to their timely demise, little ape. Oh, the little monkey joyfully dance them to their death.
saves on electricity, natural gas. It's more efficient to heat and cool one big room than hundreds of small ones.
This isn't going to turn into the orgy scene at the end of that Matrix movie, is it?
Oh my
Not
god.
unless you wanted to.
Should I be wearing safety?
Hell no.
Insta-kill!
Oh, that tickled something deep in my frontal lobe. where you are going.
Bonus points!
Whatever.
You know what that means? Pizza party! Wow, I didn't know you were gonna talk about this is so much better!
Do you know what really happens after death? Nothing!
I've been.
I have not. I would like to go.
What can I say? I don't like getting lost in some illusion.
And honestly, I want to try the giant cinnamon roll.
Realize that she's like really creative.
Everything all right?
Yeah, peachy. Yeah, great.
What if it teases you?
Be grateful. I could have shot you somewhere else.
All the brains in the world and you can't navigate a fucking pronoun.
Is this why you're upset?
Where was that waitress living, Brie? Back when she was she, not you. Where was she?
Miami, working as a cosmetologist. Recently married.
But not anymore. So she had moved on with her life, and then what? You dragged her back here to do a little play acting?
Carol, we're not sure we understand what's troubling you.
You are trying to distract me.
Yeah. There we go.
You rebuild my favorite jump for joy when I tell you I'm writing again, but it's all like act. It's manipulative. It's bullshit. You know I have you know I won't give up. Alright, honestly, let's go for it. I like you. You people, you, whatever. There's a lot of this. Someone has to put the world right, even if it means you all leave me again.
That feels particularly good.
Distraction.
Starved for attention, honestly. Like, you know, you're used to being with a partner every day, day in, day out, and then you're alone for so long.
Do you want
specialist of the language, everything.
For me, 5 stars. A very enjoyable massacre. Would recommend.
Is there nothing more?
But I figured now, why not?
If you have any, the font of truth from the
I was thinking of the caverns.
The caverns of Eden.
Wow, she just said that.
She said,
So she.
You like omelets, right?
We do. Like,
Your favorite food.
I love mango ice cream. All the time, I made them as I sold it out of the club. Anyway, we watched this shit on TV. Brand new, first voyage.
Everything is too wholesome.
Your Panda ice cream. We needed to rub together. It was just and suddenly we had
The way she did that freaked me out.
yeah. Oh my god.
Bitch, no!
Wait, is that the visitor they were talking about?
It's like
That was
New
very-
Mexico is like, it's like right there.
Yeah, that
So-
was very creepy about the way it just seemed like someone was talking to her,
Yeah.
and it was like, oh, I gotta pay attention.
Like, I'm getting a call right now. Okay, and you have a visitor.
Yeah.
We're going to have a visitor. Okay, questions. How does Carol feel about being intimate with everyone? Also, did Zosha actually want to do that, or did the Hive make her do that? Would she have done that on her own? Is Zosha a lesbian? And is that how she identifies? And is that something that she would want to do? Because, like, I talked about this.
That's over. That doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, but still, with, like, the French airplane guy, like, he was just taking all those women onto the plane, and Zosha looked back at her like, I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna do this because it pleases him.
Well, they can't hurt anyone's feelings.
Right.
So she looked back at her to make sure that she wasn't hurting Carol's feelings.
It just,
I feel like it happened.
but, like, how does Carol feel about being intimate now? I mean, like, she was looking out the window at the grave, so, like, she feels a kind of way.
Yeah, I'm interpreting all of this as she clearly understands what is happening.
She's being manipulated.
She sees that, she verbalized that, she understands what is happening, and I think the idea of that waitress getting essentially to cosplay this diner scenario, I think that really tripped her out. But also at the same time, she is so vulnerable. I think that was absolutely a calculated maneuver by Zosha and the Hive to go in for that kiss. Because I mean, one of the first things Carol said about Zosha is like, why she gotta be so fucking. That was one of the first things she said. So
That's also true.
like that was very deliberate, and like I didn't think it was just because of the idea that she resembles Kaban or whatever the heritage is. Kaban. I think the fact that it's someone that might appeal to Carol because of her preferences. I don't think anything is not being calculated here in these decisions. I think everything is being done, and again, Carol verbalized this. They're making her comfortable, she's bringing her guard down, she is essentially living a life now with Zosha, and I think it's just, I think the whole plan, and I think this is pretty that way since what happened in the last episode where they basically had a way of being needed by her. I think this is all a plan to make her feel comfortable, to bring her guard down, to make her feel so comfortable with everyone that maybe she does voluntarily just come up with the idea of like, fine, let's just join. Let me join you. And like flipping it. Even though she's like, you know I'm never going to stop fighting. And Zosha even responded like, we know. But I think this is still all part of that plan to get her to flip.
Interesting.
Because like why, I mean, otherwise why would they care so much?
I agree.
I think that's still one really interesting question, is why they care so much about these singular people. Of all the billions of people in the world right now, there's a very small handful, very small percentage when you talk about, what was it, 12, 13 out of billions? That's a very small percentage. Why would they care about pleasing
Right.
her?
Do they? It has to be a unanimous decision,
I mean, yeah, everything. I mean,
or
that's the aspect of it that just won't land ever for me. They just come to the conclusion. They have all the most brilliant minds. They just make calculated decisions based off of, I don't know, just analytics apparently. But I think it's super interesting. I think it's very clear that they're trying to manipulate her. Carol is very aware of it, and she still allowed that physical moment to happen. Just because, again, she's been alone for, what are we at, 60 days now? And, I mean, when you're that alone and you're missing any kind of human connection, yeah. So I think everything is very calculated. Who Zosha is and what she looks like, the type of person that she is. I think it's all very calculated to appeal to Carol and to get her to open up, and they're starting to have deeper conversations about things.
they are.
So
True. Like, I mean, even just like the train.
yeah.
Like, no, you've never told anyone about this.
Yeah, and the idea that she had gotten, even though she corrected herself very quickly, she got Zosha to say it. So, and then told a pretty personal story about Zosha's childhood and where she came from and what she was dealing with. And she used the line that my mom always used to describe her childhood. Don't have two nickels that rub together. So like, they're getting more personal. But like, in the back of your mind, you always have to realize that nothing is personal. Nothing you share is me telling you. It's me telling everyone. So like, the fact that they like even built that diner and staged it with, I mean, people were talking, like I noticed people were talking to each other in the background. Zosha literally told us in this episode, and they told us before, we don't communicate verbally anymore. It's all here. So it's just, they're like going so far and beyond making the world feel normal to literally everything stopped when she walked out of the diner. It's just like, oh, we don't need to keep driving the cars back and forth. Because there were cars and there was traffic. People were interacting and like things were fully functional. Trying to make it feel like the world is still functioning normal.
Right. They're wasting resources, essentially.
To please Carol. Yeah. And I think it's simple. The big giant plan is to get her guard down so far and to feel so comfortable that she voluntarily gives the consent that they need, and they flip her and have her join them.
I want to know if the one of the normies, one of the regulars.
Shout out normies.
To the if they have like consented and have they tried to work on something that would then flip, like that young girl.
Yeah, she was the one who said that she
wanted
wanted
to be part of them.
Yeah, we haven't got an update from the group outside of the one phone
Well,
call.
we're not involved in that group text.
Exactly.
So
But
whatever.
outside of the one call from the mom who's like, you made my son cry, don't make him cry again, kind of thing. So, I mean, even the conversation while she was staring out into the stars, looking at this planet of ocean, that whole conversation is interesting too, because it sounds like Takeover is the plan. That we're gonna pay it forward. We're gonna keep finding worlds that have people that we're just gonna keep doing this to.
Thanos.
Like that's what it felt like to me. Pay it forward, like you were gonna keep just consuming things. I think this is
taking over people and or beings. Cause like, I don't know what's out there. There could be lots of stuff out there. Not people. There could
most
be
people
another
don't.
me on a planet somewhere
with antennas.
with antennas.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
We talk about the MCU right now.
We are. We're talking about the multiverse.
Earth
Okay.
616.
There could be a me somewhere out there
Yeah.
living a similar and or not similar life. You ever thought about that shit?
Yes, but no.
Shit gets wild.
Yeah.
There's like grains of sand.
I'm very curious to see where this goes.
Honestly, same. It's so like it's such a thought-provoking show.
Yeah, we have
Just-
one episode left. The finale. I just.
They're really like thoughts that run through your head while you're watching something.
If she decides to like flip and join them, and we continue to follow her journey in this world, that's still one of the things that I'm most curious
Do
about.
we then get all tapped into the hive mind?
That's.
Do we all hear what they hear and
I'm-
or see?
I said this a few episodes back. That's one of the things that I'm most curious to experience at this point. I want to know what it's like being in Bush's head. What is it like? What is as they're sitting there getting these amazing massages that I would imagine are like the greatest things literally ever, because you have the combination of all the greatest masseuses together giving you a massage. Like as they're talking about, it's like we don't feel. Like everyone doesn't feel what I'm feeling right now, but they do. Like they could experience it through thought. But it's like I'm curious to like spend some time in the hive's mind. That's one thing Carol still hasn't really in depth asked about, like the other people.
Maybe she just doesn't know the right question to ask.
I mean, it's a really simple question. What is it like? Tell me what it is.
Well, I mean, I
what
don't
is it
even
like?
think that she can fully explain it.
I mean, it sounds-
That Carol could understand.
It sounds like the other people got explanations because they were also on board. That it sounds amazing. So I don't know. Like that's one of the aspects that I'm super curious about. Just like, what is it like being in the head of one of these people that have been taken over by this hive? I think that's just fascinating. I'm super curious to see where it goes. I mean, this was probably the happiest outside of her like couple moments of like realizing what was going on. Most upbeat, happy, positive Carol we've seen in this show so far. So interesting. She is writing again. She made the switch for Kaban. Raban. Thank you. Kaban is a character in Escape from Tarkov. He's one of the bosses.
Oh.
So like, yeah. So the idea that originally that was going to be the plan, and then she actually wrote it, and they have a way to make the like change work within her world that she's created. I think that's going to make her happy. I think not many things can, but I think that is going to make her happy. So I think her guard's going to continue to drop because again, these people, you have the combination of 7 billion plus people trying to figure out the best way to make her happy and to drop that guard. Like there's no match. You have no match. There's nothing that you can do. If they're working full force against you, they know everything. They know how to push your buttons. They know how to like get that guard to drop, and it feels like it's dropping. So, very curious to see where it goes and if there's any moment where she does just say "fuck it," turn me. Interesting. Yeah, and I mean the whole situation.
Wild concept.
I mean Manusos too. Like this dude. I mean, he got out and he's on his way to go see Carol. So
So crazy.
that's going to be I'm assuming that's going to happen in the finale, them meeting each other. I think that's going to be a fascinating conversation.
I agree.
So, can't wait to see where they take it.
Same.
Any other thoughts?
No.
All right, y'all. You guys leave all your thoughts. Leave them comments down below. We'll see you guys later for the next one. Have a good one. Bye.
What can I say? I getting lost in the minutia.
Vince Gilligan told us how Pluribus ends.
The Georgia versus Anna Bright debate. So this entire weekend, I've been seeing the debate of, wow, Anna Lee and Georgia are playing so well together. What does this mean for Anna Bright in 2026? Spoiler alert, absolutely nothing, okay? The recency bias is insane.
Quick message to anyone tired of giving the world's lamest holiday gifts. You know who you are, and no, they do not need another pair of socks or a mug with a funny saying on it. What they need are Maui Nui's ready-to-gift holiday packs. These things look awesome, they taste incredible, and everyone we've ever given them to has gone absolutely nuts over them. They're pre-boxed, they're super clean, high quality, and you literally just have to hand it to someone and say, boom, best in show gift. Am I your best friend now? And right now, buy 4, get a gift. You can mix and match however you'd like. Just go to MauiNuiVenison.com/thedink to grab yours. That's MAUINUI venison.com/thedink for your free gift. They ship nationwide, right to your door, ready to gift. No wrapping needed. You'll thank me later. But once these gifts that sell out, they're gone. When you're asked about how you heard about Maui Nui, make sure you mention the Pickle Pod because it really helps support the show.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to the last Pickle Pod of 2026. I am here by myself, and I'm about to deliver a filibuster of an episode. We're going to go through everything from PPA Daytona to contract updates with the Glozman Ignatowicz Foos situation, talk about whether or not Georgia might be a better partner for Anna Lee Waters. We'll also give it, I know people have been dying to know whether Thomas found that paddle or not. I'll let you know about that, as well as his matchup against Anna Bright and all the hate online for that. Some singles newcomers, the Can't Trust a Fake campaign, MLP season is out, Duper's got updates. I could go on the floor of Congress and filibuster this episode, and that is what this is going to be. It's not going to be a 24-hour filibuster. This is going to be half hour, to the point, get you everything you need to know going into the next year. So, all right, obviously we had the PPA Daytona event, which is what we're going to start out with. Obviously, the interesting thing is the people who choose not to play this tournament. It is one of my favorite tournaments of the year just because there are so many people who don't play. Most notably, Ben was out completely. Anna Lee was only playing women's doubles, trying to make sure that she ends the year undefeated in singles. But yeah, this is a notoriously weak tournament, probably the weakest of the entire year. Last year we had some interesting winners, Caitlin Christian in women's singles, with Anna Lee out. Anna Lee and Lee Waters took this one. This is like Lee's only tournament in forever, and they came back and won. This was CJ's first gold with Andre last year. Georgia mixed it up and took gold with Hayden, and then what am I missing? Oh, Federico won men's singles last year. And so lots and lots of players sitting out of this tournament. Obviously, it's just a couple of days before Christmas. And interestingly, in singles, some of the things that Tyson and I have been saying for a little bit have kind of come true a little bit. I think there's going to be a ton of newcomers on the scene in 2026 in the women's singles event. And I think the thing that's really interesting, and I've been trying to figure it out because you've got players like Sion Mendez, Isabella Dunlop, Kat Stewart, all these new names coming in, and they're very athletic, very good. And I'm like, why haven't any of guys transitioned over to pickleball that are at this ranking? Like, some of these players are top 200, top 300 currently in the WTA rankings. We haven't seen a guy like that transition over to pickleball previously, right? But we're seeing a couple of these ladies doing it. I think the guys who are 200 in the world are just stubborn, right? They're stubborn and they're not willing to make that switch. I think the ladies are less stubborn. I also think at the WTA, you know, I think those satellite events don't pay quite as well for the ladies as they do the men, but I could be wrong on that. So it is interesting to see that these current pro tennis players are switching over now, and I think this is just gonna be the start of this, right? We've had plenty of 38-year-old washed up tennis players come and switch over and not take it super seriously, but they're good. They're not super serious. Like, there's just no way Donald, Jack Sock, Query, they're not grinding the same way that Kat Stewart is grinding, right? Or Sion Mendez. So these guys are taking this as a legitimate career swap, whereas guys are like, hey, this is kind of fun to do afterwards. So I think that's something to monitor for 2026. Kat Stewart ended up falling in the finals to Catherine Sorrento, but a nice run for her. Honestly, Catherine's first gold since TOC of 2023, over 2 years. So that's a nice little comeback for Catherine. Chris Hayworth kind of rolled through the singles draw on the men's side. His only real trouble was with Eric Onsines, and as you guys remember, Eric Onsines took him out a couple of weeks ago in Lakeland after fighting off, I believe, 7 or 8 match points against him. He was up big against Chris this time too. He was up 11 a game and 7-1 or something like that, and Chris brought it all the way back this time. I think match of the weekend was probably the Gabe Joseph versus Rafa Leonard match. Rafa Leonard been kind of quiet since beating Ben Johns over the summer. I think it was at the San Clemente Cup. Beat Ben Johns, made a big splash in that one, and hasn't really done a tremendous amount since, some decent runs and whatnot. Seeding has
Cleanse them in righteous fire.
Behold the literal definition of self-explanatory.
particularly cool.
Hasn't been in his favor. Won the Raleigh Challenger a couple weeks ago, and then carried that momentum. Beat Federico Stocksrud in 3 games, which is pretty impressive. So yeah, that was the singles side of things in day Daytona. Mixed doubles, pretty straightforward. Johnson's rolled. Not really too much competition for them, especially with Anna Bright out. Nice little run from Andre and Caitlin Christian. Caitlin and Andre's first time playing together, so it's a nice run. And then, yeah, we had a new beef between Georgia and Jessie in mixed doubles. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, Jessie bagged J-Dub a couple times. Gabe got J-Dub once, and kind of out of nowhere, it seemed like there was some beat. So Georgia skipped the paddle tap in all 3 games. Game 1, kind of understand. Some people paddle tap, some people don't. It was like a quick thing. Game 2, it was a very deliberate, I'm going to tap Gabe's paddle, and I am not going to tap Jessie's paddle. And then game 3, too, at the end of the match, people normally are tapping paddles regardless of what happened, unless something egregious happened. Georgia just walked off. And I find this, Leia pointed this out as well in the commentary, I find this really, really interesting. And I pointed this out, I caught so much shit for it, because I said, Georgia has been screaming like crazy lately. She's been getting herself fired up, and she's been doing some stare downs. And who else does stare downs? Kate Fahey. Everybody is really, really quick to take a dump on Kate Fahey for doing this stuff, but nobody does it when Georgia does. There is now, I think, a clear double standard with Georgia and Kate Fahey. And, you know, before you say Kate is screaming at people, yes, she is, but so is Georgia now. So, I don't know. I find that a little bit interesting. I would love to see the counter argument to this, why it's okay that Georgia's doing this, but it's not for Kate. And frankly, where I stand, I'm fine with both of them doing it. I have no problem with either of them. I think it's good. I think you want people being emotional on the court. I think compare Georgia to JW, who is more fun to watch. In my opinion, it's Georgia. I love J-Dub, but he's very calm, cool, collected. He does his thing. He plays pickleball. He plays it at an unbelievable level. I like to see the emotions from players. So I'm coming from the stance of, I like it when Kate does it. I like it when Georgia does it. I like it when anybody does it. But why is Kate being treated differently than Georgia? Or why is Georgia being treated differently than Kate? So I actually don't know the backstory between the Georgia and Jessie new beef here. I don't know if it was an existing beef or what, but found that interesting. Other thing that was interesting, the Georgia versus Anna Bright debate. So this entire weekend, I've been seeing the debate of, wow, Anna Leigh and Georgia are playing so well together. What does this mean for Anna Bright in 2026? Spoiler alert, absolutely fucking nothing, okay? This is, the recency bias is insane. And Georgia and Anna Leigh are not a better team than Georgia and Anna Bright. They steamrolled through the competition. But there was no competition. That's the thing, right? So remember, Anna Leigh won this tournament with her mom, who hadn't played for over a year competitively last year and was coming off of a ACL or MCL surgery, right? There is no competitive team in this tournament. It would have been a crazy story had they lost, but Anna Leigh and Georgia win this tournament 99 times out of 100. And Anna Leigh and Anna Bright win it 100 out of 100, right? There is no other competition in this one. Especially because Anna Bright wasn't there to compete against Anna Leigh and Georgia. In fact, I think that would have been very, very interesting, because I would argue that the team of Anna Bright and Tyra, or Anna Bright and Rachel, whoever Anna Bright decides to team up with, would have some good success against Anna Leigh and Georgia. And the argument is, I do think that when Georgia is playing 100%, like when she is really on, she is really difficult to beat. Even for Anna Leigh. Anna Leigh struggles against Georgia when Georgia is at 100%. There is no lady in pickleball that is more difficult to speed up at than Georgia. I think that's probably a take that's not super hot. I think that the majority of pros would agree with me. I think Georgia is more difficult to speed up at than Anna Leigh even, or Anna Bright, Tyra, any of those. So when Georgia's at absolute 100%, you could make an argument that she is better than Anna Bright. However, that doesn't mean that she is a better partner for Anna Leigh. First off, I think that Anna Bright and Anna Leigh have found their footing, and Anna Bright now knows exactly how to funnel the ball to Anna Leigh. I don't know whether or not Georgia has that same ability, particularly in the cross-court forehand dinks. We saw that against Jessie and Gabe, where Jessie was eating Georgia's lunch in those cross-court forehand dink rallies. And Georgia, with the slice dink, it's very, very difficult to keep that ball down the line in front of her. Anyway, I'm getting very technical, but I think that Anna Bright does a better job of setting up the best player in the world, Anna Leigh, than Georgia would be capable of. And Georgia is higher ceiling, but lower floor. Arguably higher ceiling, not arguable that she has a lower floor than Anna Bright. And Anna Leigh doesn't need high ceiling, low floor. I need high ceiling, low floor, right? I need somebody who can play like this or like this, right? Because I'm willing to take the risk, like, okay, hey, this person, if they are super on, they can get me to a podium or something like that, right? But if they're off, we lose first round. Oh well, no problem. Anna Leigh doesn't have that problem. She needs consistent, and that's what Anna Bright delivers. So to everybody who's like, oh, this is the end for Anna Bright and Anna Leigh, or Anna Bright picked the wrong tournament to sit out. No, you're just wrong. Absolutely wrong. So we're going to see Anna Leigh and Anna Bright together in 2026. Obviously, anything can change. Oh, one last point on this. Lots of people saying Jordan Johnson has a brighter future than Anna Bright. Why? Anna Bright has added to her game continuously for the longest time. She's got flicks, she's got lobs. She is continuously adding to her game as well. So is Georgia. They're both getting better. But I wouldn't even say that Georgia is getting better at a faster rate than Anna Bright. I wouldn't be comfortable making that statement. They're both obviously like getting better. And I think closing in on Anna Leigh. Right now, I think Anna Leigh is about 0.4 duper above Anna Bright. Anna Bright about 2.2 duper above Georgia. They're closing that gap, but it is still a sizable gap. So yeah, I think this is if you know ball, this is not a debate. But anyway, I'm here to educate you. I'm here to help you understand ball better so that you don't make mistakes like this again. All right, I'll let it slide this time. Oh boy. Speaking of mistakes, I could take this segue a couple different ways. We'll talk about Thomas's paddle. So last week, Thomas lost his $1,000 Tesla X Selkirk paddle, left it at a restaurant. Unbelievable. We had a bunch of you guys who were wondering where on earth is the or is Thomas going to be able to get this this paddle back. I'm happy to announce that he was able to get it back. He went back to the restaurant. The waiter or the person like found it, opened it up. It was still in there.
The proof that it was here, okay? Thank you, sir.
So Thomas has his Tesla X Selkirk paddle back. I think that Selkirk actually just released those for sale again, probably capitalizing on the fact that they're going for like thousands in the secondary market. I'm curious. I wonder if anybody's actually played with this paddle. I wonder if it's any good. I genuinely don't know. So Thomas did get the paddle back, and Thomas did also get humbled by Anna Bright. So the video is now live on the Dinks YouTube channel. You can check out Thomas getting humbled by Anna Bright in the Battle of the Sexes. It was not a real match. Yeah, Thomas got his butt kicked, as everybody expected. So as everybody who, again, knows ball expected. Now, here's the thing. I am not a person that generally agrees with Serena Williams is the best tennis player ever. No, Serena Williams is arguably the best female tennis player ever, but she is not a top 50,000 all-time male tennis player. Like, it's not, okay, maybe 50,000 is aggressive. Let's say 10,000, right? But she's not even close. So I don't I'm not like this this guy who's gonna say no, men and women are equal in pickleball. No, but it's closer in pickleball than it is in tennis. And so, you know, our favorite Jim Kloss came in and said that Thomas is not a 5-0. Thomas is not the correct person to play this challenge. All right, find a 5-0 guy, and you can argue that Thomas isn't a 5-0, whatever. Irrelevant. Any 5-0 guy is getting beat by Anna Bright in singles. Like, I think that she's gonna kick their, like, Anna's a good singles player when she decides to play. So all of the haters out there that were weirdly on Thomas's side on this than the entire thing, they are definitely going into hibernation after that one. Yeah, he got his butt kicked. He did have some good highlight points, right? And honestly, like, if Thomas played more, he is a good player. But, like, you guys gotta understand, there was a little bit of an element of trolling in this one, too. So, anyway, we gotcha. All right. Next up, we will go with a quick duper algorithm update again. So, if you guys remember, if you're a real hardcore fan, I had Brian Levine on probably over the summer to talk about duper, and we were talking about expected scores, right? So previously it was hard to tell what would happen to your duper if you lost, if you won, what the score is, all that stuff. So duper, it just introduced an expected score. So if I'm playing against Ben Johns and Anna Lee, they're gonna say that based on my duper and based on their duper, I am expected to win 5 points in this match. If I win 7, my duper goes up. If I win 3, my duper goes down. So you can now sort of understand what duper is thinking going into these matches. People shit on duper for switching up the algorithm all the time. Like, I think that's a good thing. I think if you're not switching up the algorithm pretty consistently, like, you're missing stuff. So, I mean, I think this feels to me like an incredible update. You know what you need to score before you go into a match to understand what's going to happen to your duper. So, stop shitting on duper for changing the algorithm. I would shit on duper if they don't change the algorithm, right? Like, you want to adapt to new stuff that happens. So, anyway, I think it's a good duper update. Don't know how it'll work in practice. Obviously, I'm not over there inputting my duper score every time, but I mean, in theory, I think it's a very good adaptation there. All right, so we have the You Can't Trust a Fake campaign. Not sure if you saw that, but basically, the UPA is trying to go hard on these fake paddles. They posted a bunch of players who are photoshopped in the, they said that, like, J.W. Johnson is not a genealogist or something like that. And I did see somebody edit that to say gynecologist, which was pretty freaking funny. They should have gone with that to the first. I don't know. I would let J.W. Johnson take a look. But anyway, it was You Can't Trust a Fake campaign. And since we started talking about counterfeit paddles, we've got a couple of pretty interesting counter takes. And one of them makes sense to me. I don't think this is actually an awareness problem. Maybe an awareness of what it's doing to brands, but I struggle to think that many people are just getting duped. Maybe if you're buying them on the secondary market or whatever, but I feel like you've got to be slightly willfully ignorant to get duped by a counterfeit paddle, right? You're like, okay, hey, I'm looking up Yolas. All of them are $250, but I found this brand new one for $25. You gotta have some red flags up at that point, right? If it's a deal is too good to be true, it probably is. So, the comments that we've been getting, and what I kind of agree with is, I don't think that there's too many people that are just getting duped by fake paddles. I think there are people who are knowingly buying these counterfeit paddles, and they are still paddles. And I do think that it's shitty that they are trying to copy, the look and whatnot of a Yola or a Pro XR, Paddle Tech, whatever. I think it's crappy that they're copying that look. But, you know, at the end of the day, it is a little bit of a copycat industry. So, you know, if you're going to buy a $30 paddle, just buy a $30 paddle that's not a counterfeit or whatever. I think the problem is that the paddles are just so expensive, right? Like, it's hard for a lot of people to justify a $280 paddle. You know, the Pro XR Jolt is a much more palatable financial decision at just $100, so that's pretty good. So yeah, I think the people are pointing out that there is a value problem here, and I think that that's accurate. But why buy a counterfeit paddle? Why not just buy a cheaper paddle? From a lesser known brand. I don't know. I guess I don't fully know what the full goal of that campaign is, right? Like, obviously the paddle companies that are UPA certified, they don't want people buying counterfeit paddles. So this is maybe the UPA saying like, hey, look, we're putting out a campaign to raise awareness. I think awareness is already there. So I don't know. I'd be curious to know what a countertake to the countertake of the countertake on this. But yeah, counterfeit paddles, just can't imagine that that is going away anytime soon. There's always going to be a loophole around that. And I think that the people who are buying counterfeit paddles now are going to continue to buy counterfeit paddles and not really think too much of it. Yeah. So anyway, other news on the paddles front, Pro XR and Paddletech announced their official merger of the brands. And you're probably thinking to yourself, if you're again in the know, haven't they already merged? So the ownership, they are owned by the same company, 35 Capital, but now the brands are actually merging together. So previously, Pro XR was over here, Paddletech was over here. They operated independently. But now we are merging all of that together. Pro XR is now a part of Paddletech rather than being two brands owned by the same company. And so what that means is you're still going to have your incredible Paddletech paddles that are made in the USA and all of that. And then you're going to have the Pro XR line of Paddletech where you have some of these paddles that are coming to market a little bit quicker, might be a little bit cheaper price point because obviously the manufacturing and whatnot is in China. But it's a little bit more nimble, a little bit more able to quickly innovate some of the stuff with the Pro XR line. So you're gonna get the best of both worlds. You're also gonna be able to get the ability to share the best of both companies, right? Everybody loves that Paddletech Core. It's one of the most popular paddles of this entire year, and everybody loves the Pro XR Grit on the paddle. It's what everybody knows Pro XR for. And so now you're able to have them make a baby and make an incredible, even better paddles. So that's the news of the official Pro XR and Paddletech merger there. All right, next topic we have here. All right, Major League Pickleball announced their schedule, and there's some interesting things on this schedule. First off, you've got minor league events happening with major league events at 7 of the whatever that is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 7 of the 13 tour stops. So that's pretty solid. And then really cool, something that I'm really looking forward to is Junior MLP is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the stops. Could not be more stoked about Junior MLP. As you guys know, I've been breaking down some of the juniors playing in MLP from the Worlds event at the beginning of January, or at the beginning of, December or end of November, I think that was. No, it was October. Anyway, the juniors played against actual MLP teams, and it was really, really interesting. It's going to be really interesting to see the juniors competing against one another. I think that's pretty awesome. So MLP schedule starts May 22nd in Dallas, ends August 30th in New York. Love the fact that we're still going back to City Pickle in Central Park. That's going to become pickleball, I think, the iconic venue. But we go from Dallas to Columbus to Chaifetz Arena in St. Louis to the Austin Pickle Ranch to St. Petersburg, Florida at St. Pete Athletic. That is Travis and Graham's baby. It seems like that's a pretty cool spot. we head back to New York, and then mid-season tournament at Belknap Park, Newport Beach. We have a TBA, and then we have Walt Disney World for the last regular season event. ESPN Wide World of Sports Arena. That's pretty sick. Playing at Disney World. We'll see. I don't know how in practice that's going to work, but that's cool to see on the schedule at least. Interestingly, we go back to Pickler Universe for the first round of the playoffs, then to San Diego for the second round, and New York at City Pickle. We have a TBA to be announced event. My sneaking suspicion is that ends up at the Palm Beach Royals home facility, which is, I think, the Boca Raton Country Club, or it's Brian Levine's facility. It's supposed to be really, really cool. He told me about it. I'm having a senior moment right now. I can't remember what it's called, but I think that should be up and running by then. And then I'd assume with only one Florida event on here, or actually I guess there's two. I'd assume that might be there. And a nice little shout to the new MLP team that we're going to have for next year, the Palm Beach Royals. All right, moving along, we have a couple other things here. We have the contract updates for Ignatowicz, Fu, and Glozman. So, it was announced that these guys are going to appeal the decision. There was some back and forth between Ryan Fu and Samin on X last week. Appeal the decision to who? Right? Like, to me, this feels like, all right, your parents grounded you, and now you're going to appeal to your parents, and they're just going to say no, right? So, like, I don't totally understand the point of that. I guess I'm glad that they're fighting it. I just don't see the UPA changing their decision unless some, very enticing evidence comes out to make them change their decision. Like, unless if the UPA has all of the facts, they're not going to change their decision. Even if they don't have all the facts, they might not be changing their decision, right? And so, a lot of this hinges on the approval element of things. In public right now, you have Ryan, James, Glozman saying that they were approved, and UPA is saying that they weren't, right? Like, they just need to release that, right? Like, they need to release whether or not this approval was done or not, right? And then we can get to the bottom of this from there. So, to me, it seems like the real appeal here is not to the UPA. The real appeal is to lawyer up and take this to the U.S. court system, because I think that's the only way that this is actually going to be done, right? Like, there's no appeal to the UPA at this point. The UPA has made their decision. The only real appeal, in my opinion, is to the legal system. So I don't know if they're going to take that step or not. Who knows? So, update, but not really an update. We're still waiting on the Paris decision as well, so we will see there. But Ignatowicz posted that he was blocked by the UPA on all of the different platforms, and so was RPM, I believe. I could be wrong on that. That is just petty. I didn't even see James, I could understand it if James went on a vendor and just started shit talking with UPA on all of their posts. I didn't see that, so that just feels pretty petty from UPA. And James did have some good fun with that. He was tweeting to Kwong about it. Yeah, he's getting a kick out of that, at least, I guess. Yeah, so obviously there's gonna be a lot more to come on that. All right, so last but not least, we have the 2025 Dink Awards. We have all the different categories for nomination, and the categories we're going to go through, and I'm also going to give my opinion on who you guys should nominate, or who I'm going to be nominating on these different things. So, the player awards are, I'll go through these one by one. All right, men's breakout player of the year. the top 10 is pretty consistent. Obviously, CJ Klinger breaking into the top 10, Gabe Tardio winning a ton. I think you've got to go with Eric Onsines. Murray agrees. Eric, not a top pro before this year, but now he's medaling consistently, won a couple of golds in Asia, so men's breakout player of the year, I guess you'd have to go with Eric Onsines, but I don't think there was a clear one. So I'd nominate Eric. Women's breakout player of the year is tough as well, because especially in doubles, it's been a pretty consistent group at the top. Tyra's made nice strides, of course. Georgia's playing well. Paris has improved her doubles game a ton during this year, but I don't know if that's a breakout necessarily. I would probably go with Kate Fahey, who's having more consistent doubles results. But yeah, I think this is a question that's a little bit easier in singles, right? In singles, you'd go with, on the men's side, I would go with Chris Hayworth, breaking through on the PPA tour at least. And then in women's singles, I might honestly go with Jeannie Bouchard, who's playing good ball this year. So, weird. It does feel like there's been plenty of players who have had good results and came through, maybe a John Lucien Goins, but none of them that have really cracked that top 10. Top 10's pretty entrenched in these spots. All right, fan favorite pro, that's obviously me. Best on-court personality, I would go with Jaume. I love watching Jaume play. Best dressed player, I think we need a worst dressed player as well, but best dressed player, I'm going with my boy CJ Klinger. That red shirt, oversized, absolutely love that, matches his lips, so CJ Klinger for best dressed. My guy's got a look and he owns it. He's like the Steve Jobs. Don't complicate things that don't matter. The only thing that matters is playing pickleball. And so he's got a uniform. He sticks to it. Love it. Senior men's player of the year is Altaf Merchant. It's always going to be Altaf Merchant, even after Altaf Merchant retires. Shout out Hip Thrusts. Senior women's player of the year, Lee Whitwell. Because I know Lee Whitwell. I don't know too many senior women's players, if I'm being honest. Maybe I'll get canceled for that comment, but I've been playing with house money to begin with. I'm not getting canceled yet, so might as well go again. Best on-air personality, I'm going to obviously vote for me, but let's see, other on-air personalities. I do think that I like how, Jimmy gets into the gossip a little bit, but he also has plenty of like actual news as well, and so I do appreciate what Jimmy does for the sport. Influential voice. This is a tough one. Again, we kind of discussed like how are we going to interpret influential voice, right? Because obviously, like if Tom Dundon says something, it gets done, of course. So like in practice, it would be Tom. But what I'm talking about is, I think the way I'm going to interpret this is who uses their platform to actually effectuate change. And I do think that we, with the Pickle Pod and have a good track record of that. I don't know. I'm open to other thoughts on this. I'm probably forgetting a bunch of people on most influential voice. All right, so best pickleball podcast. I'm going to go. It could never be the Pickleball Studio. No matter how many people vote for him for that, we are going to. It's just not going to happen. So don't do that. Just kidding. I do love Chris and Isaac. I'll go. Obviously, outside of Pickle Pod, I think KOTC and Pickleball Studio are obvious. Our obvious one. Pickleball YouTuber. I'm gonna go with Friday. I find Friday's stuff. It's consistent. It's entertaining. Yeah, I think that they do awesome stuff over there. I'm going Friday. Let's see. Okay, so next we have best pickleball content creator. I'm going with my boy Juan Sean. He's hilarious. I get a kick out of him. His stuff's funny. And Nico the Lefty just copies all of his shit. So, Shout out to Juan Sean for actually being an original content creator, unlike that Nico the Lefty guy. You know what? I am gonna throw Nico the Lefty in there too. Nico the Lefty is very funny. I'm a big fan of his stuff. He's got good takes too when he gets into the debate on pro pickleball stuff. So Juan Sean's funny, Nico's funny as well. Those are my favorites. Best pickleball paddle reviewer, it's got to be John Q or Pickleball Studio. Yeah, they seem like they're the top of the top. Best pickleball instructor, I'm gonna go with my boy Sincola. His stuff is very, very good. Let's see, viral moment of the year. Let's see, there's some that come to mind. MLP Finals, of course. Federico crying. I don't know if this is like, ooh, you know what? I'm gonna go with the guy who released the paddle and it hit the other guy in the face. That was brutal, but a solid viral moment of the year. Paddle of the year. Let's see. We're going for the ProXR Jolt at like $120. That's an incredible deal for a paddle, and it's a good paddle. People are winning tournaments with it. Roscoe's winning tournaments with it. So yeah, I'm going with the ProXR Jolt on that one. Pickleball facility. Ooh. I've got to go with the Austin Pickle Ranch. It is an incredible, incredible spot. I haven't been to some of these other ones, but Austin Pickle Ranch, incredible. And then international tournament, it's got to be PPA Asia Vietnam. I mean, we broke the world record for most people in attendance for a pickleball tournament. So, like, yeah, that's easy, done. No question there. Not even a debate. Like, let's just cancel that one. That's not even a debate. PPA, Vietnam, 8,000 people showing up. Boom, done. That one's solved. So, anyway, guys, you got a couple more days to submit your nominations, and then we will have voting on the Dink Awards. But this is always a really, really fun thing that the Dink does every single year. So, hope that you guys get in there, participate in that, and yeah, we'll have an update on who's notified. And guys, if you made it this far in this podcast, just want to say thank you guys for being avid listeners of the podcast. This is something that I enjoy doing on a week-by-week basis. It's good content and great support from the Dink. And you know, there are going to be a lot of things with this podcast that are going to change for 2026. We want to get more interactive with our audience. We want to build a community. Like, we have had a shift in focus a little bit. We've obviously still been consistent with this podcast almost weekly, and we all enjoy doing it, but we're going to get better, right? We are going to we're going to have some new stuff coming in early 2026, and we're going to get back to that #1 podcast spot. So look forward to that. And to everybody who tunes in on a weekly basis and has made it, 43 minutes into my rant, appreciate you guys listening. Appreciate you guys being true fans of pickleball. One of my goals is, I obviously love pickleball, but I want to try and bring pro pickleball to the masses and make pro pickleball really a thing that's here to stay. You guys know it. There's so much interesting stuff to talk about on a week in and week out basis. It's just getting that to more people, roping them into the pro pickleball scene, and that's the goal here. So anyway, thanks everybody for an awesome 2025. 2026 is going to be even better.
Over.
And that
Everybody
is
thought
Pickle
it was
Pod.
over.
Signing
Kaya
off for
was
2025.
spotted in a shock collar ad by Hassan's dog trainer. Oh my god.
Tucker, come.
This is literally Kaya when Hassan sent her to dog training last year, and so they filmed a shock collar ad.
Oh, where's Kaya? Kaya is getting training.
The best trainer in San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
His name is Pat.
He trained my dog, too.
And you said it for 2 weeks? 2 or 3 weeks. What does he get trained to do? Everything.
If the collar fits.
Shock collar.
He'll get training to like
Kaya?
basically be off collar. You don't need to ever have a leash on him.
You know Kaya?
My dog, she's very well trained.
Oh my god. All you gotta do is shock it, bro. XQC files a complaint about a missing
I tune in for the dog isn't there. Something needs to be done. The dog is not there. I'm done. I'm not subscribing anymore. That's the way it's gonna be. Where the fuck is
He's
the
watching
dog,
for
man?
the dog. Yeah, where's that collar? Put it back on.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? The comrades I've lost won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you? I'm gonna make them give back our past.
Even in this clip he's watching, Asmon, it never ends.
Do not worry, the pain is only eternal.
We're a European couple.
My friends, we are in San Antonio. It's a beautiful city so far.
Very importante.
Hey you, it's almost the new year. And you know what we do in the new year? We break bad habits. I will be... So the clip that I showed you earlier popped off on Twitter and sent a bunch of people into a tailspin. In fact, the person who initially posted it and put their watermark on his video, which everyone should know how much I hate that. Don't watermark other people's content. It's really weird. Anyway, this person accused Zach of crashing out and going on a weird rant. During the same live stream, Zach said that there are cultural factors that make some cultures easier to integrate into US society than others. He listed several of these things before saying that not being able to speak English should completely limit a person's ability to immigrate here.
Let's be real. There are massive cultural barriers that make some cultures easier to integrate into others. Obviously, right? There's religion, morality, like just different cultural norms, the way they treat women, the way they treat gay people, how they think about like, I don't know, stealing, and like a handful of other things. Like this is a fact, like their language, right? Like it's, I would absolutely, like in my opinion, like if somebody is not an English speaker, the chances of them emigrating, in my opinion, should go from like, you know, I'd say like whatever the percentage is down to like 0, okay? Like we don't need to be bringing people into the country that can't even speak English. Like what are we talking about, right?
And this is something that I just agree with. I think this is correct. The only thing that I would caveat here, and I don't know the grand scheme of this live stream, I don't know if Zach would caveat this himself or if he thinks this himself, but I think that when you move to a new country, it's not so much the expectations right out of the gate, because really one of the best ways to learn a language is to learn Spanish, and you know, if you want to learn, go live in a country where that language is spoken. So I think that's probably the only area where I would say having a working knowledge of a language is really useful, but I don't necessarily expect people to make them feel fluent. I think that learning as you go, having the intention of learning, is really important. I just don't know why this is a controversial position. I think perhaps the reason why people don't tend to hear this is because I guess it's more liberal take that you can take any person and any culture and mash all these things together and have people successfully coexist without putting any meaningful effort into the things that actually foster social cohesion, and I would argue that language is one of the most important factors in that. And like I said, I don't know why this is controversial. I don't know why this element is being disputed. Obviously, the immigration topic is big and multifaceted, and there's lots of components to it, and lots of negative components to it, but I would argue that it's, I guess, reasonably logical and normal to have people speaking the same language in the place that everybody lives. Fair enough. Anyway, as you can expect, this last clip of that I just showed you led to a lot of criticism and a lot of accusations of being all isms. Besides the person who said that he's crashing out, I did see a lot of other people on Twitter say that he's just hateful and racist and that he's, you know, not a really good person. He's got weak humanity because he's hating on others for innocuous differences. And yet, amid the outrage, Zach doubled down, calling his view common sense and suggesting that no country should admit people who cannot communicate in its primary language. Interestingly though, Zachy Boy over here has been discussing this topic for a little while now. In another video from, I'm going to assume, probably back in March, like I said, I've had a really hard time finding going through live streams is hard. Anyway, I'm assuming this is from when Donald Trump signed his executive order in March to make English the primary language of the United States. I could be wrong, but anyway, immigration is being discussed here. And Zach again said that if you live in America, you need to speak English, explaining that other countries expect immigrants to speak their languages. Why should we be any different?
Listen, if you're living in America, you need to speak English, okay? Like, it's pretty simple. Like if you're going and trying to go up, well, what about in this one situation? Yeah, what a great idea. Let's create a part of the country that is totally disharmonic and distorted from everything else. That's what a brilliant idea. that let's add an area into the country that you know, really is a people are speaking a different language. No, it's ridiculous. Who moves to China and doesn't speak Chinese or Cantonese, right? I mean, like, what are we talking about? You move to Japan, you don't speak Japanese. You move to you know, the Middle East, you don't speak Arabic or Farsi. I feel like you've got a bit of a Mandarin. It's Mandarin. That's the other one I was thinking, like Mandarin or Cantonese. And yeah, like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, you move to Brazil, you speak Portuguese. That's the way it is. Like, this is the simplest, most obvious thing.
This is so funny to me because just this morning I read an article about how Japan is strengthening its citizenship requirements, it's extending apply for citizenship. But one of the bigger factors is that you have to be, I don't know if it's like fluent or just very proficient, but you at least have to be extremely proficient in Japanese in order to get your citizenship. I can say many things in Japanese, but obviously the most important is Hotudagu Tabimashita. I'm an expert, man. Get out of here. Although the criticism here is coming from leftist circles, if I'm being totally honest, I do find it quite surprising because I think that the position that Zach is expressing is quite a logical one. I don't think that his view is rooted in being prejudiced or partisan or even anti-immigrant. I think it comes from a place of actual practicality that is backed up by statistics and historical precedent and public opinion. We know that people who speak a country's native tongue have an easier time finding work and fitting in and so on. This is statistically backed up. We know that native-born citizens want to hear their native language spoken out in the world. And we know that currently there is very little effort to hold anyone, well, migrants really, to a standard of English speaking. Of course, none of this matters because all the angry progressives want to focus on is the fact that it excludes people or something. I actually have no idea what they're trying to logically argue about. I think in the minds of most normal functioning people, requiring that immigrants learn English and be fluent in English is a good thing because it fosters social cohesion, it gives them job opportunities, it leads to mutual respect and being able to read road signs. But like I mentioned, this is a topic that Zach has talked about a lot, and so this is way not the first time that he's come under fire for making comments about immigration. At the end of October 2025, people were once again kicking off at him after he reacted to a clip of Hassan, the dog abuser Piker. In this video, Hassan said that he noticed more white people in Japan and has expressed how much he doesn't like it. Zach responded to this saying, if you're a foreigner in Japan because you're white, then what does that make every other person that's not white in America?
Since the last time I've been in Japan, this is my third time now.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot more white people out here.
Oh, for sure.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
and I don't like it.
If you are a foreigner in Japan because you're white, then what does that make every other person that's not white in America? That's not the kind of identity politics you really want to play. That's a bad way of doing things. The reason why there's a big difference between people like Abroad in Japan and PewDiePie versus somebody like Johnny Somali, the big difference is that people like Abroad in Japan or some of the people that come here to the United States, actually the majority of legal immigrants that come here to the United States, come here and they assimilate into the culture and they don't cause any problems. They're trying to just simply exist inside of a different culture.
When someone in the live stream chat responded and said that America is not white people's land, Zach responded and said, actually, it is.
And so that's it. America is not white people's land. That's Europe. Well, it is. It is. It absolutely is white people's land. We fought a war over it.
Once again, the response to this was what you expected, with people calling him racist and tone deaf. This is so interesting to me because right now on Twitter, there's this really big debate, if you will, happening, where people are kind of discussing what it means to be an American and sort of where the heritage American fits into this. And these are people who can trace their lineage all the way back to, I guess, the founding of the country. And sort of how those people relate to America versus how new America is. And not that I want to get into this video because it is quite key. I think if we're being intellectually honest, if we're, not being buttheads about this, we can all admit that the American colonies, which have become America as we know today, were founded by European settlers. many of whom came from England and reflected the sun, like this. See, this is where it's funny. This is not me saying that there weren't other people around for the founding of the America that we know today. Obviously, about 10 years after settlers came to the East Coast, then there were slave ships arriving, and so there are plenty of Black Americans who can trace their ancestry back to these early slaves. Then you also had sort of all of the interactions with natives going on at the time, and the Hispanics down south, and you also had Chinese coming over and what then became Russian. And there's so much history here that just, I don't know, I don't want to get into it, but there you go. Everyone's acknowledged. Every frickin' race is acknowledged. Now no one can scream in the comments, because I will scream back. Anyway, it's still an objectively true statement to say that America, as we know it today, the American colonies were founded by European settlers. So yell at me if you want to, historian nerds. I don't care. And whether or not you personally think that this position is right or wrong or correct or incorrect, it sort of makes sense why Zach would feel this way about America's founding and its principles, given he expressed in another live stream that his family lineage in America goes all the way back to the Revolutionary War.
I have to see, like, from my perspective as an American, and a Native American, right? Like, not capitalized, but just lowercase. A Native American, right? My family's been here for, ever since before the Revolutionary War, right? We fought in the Revolutionary War. Well, they did, not me, right? I wasn't there. But anyway, so my point is that, like, very obviously, I want to do the best, and I want to work in the best interest of the people that are in my country first. And I do want to put people in my country first. And I want to make decisions from a government level that puts people in my country first. It's that simple.
Even this, which I think is a very fair statement, wanting to put first wanting to prioritize the interests of Americans, resulted in him being attacked for other angles. And all of this has fed into this idea that he's just some far-right Nazi zealot. If you go on Reddit, why you would do that, I don't know, you'll see that people are saying that he engages in hate bait, that he does so in order to appeal to this far-right, anti-immigrant audience that he's cultivated, but really I think that, a lot of people these days hold these viewpoints, and I know they're probably considered rather extreme, but I do think that a lot of different people normalize culturalism under fire more and more. This probably will shock none of you, but I don't agree with Zach on everything that he has to say and everything that he thinks and some of the things that I've seen floating around on the internet. I don't agree. And you know what? That's okay, because that's normal. But I do very much agree with him when it comes to language around this relationship. I personally believe that language is one of the most important things that we have as a collective. It's how we communicate. It's such a big indicator of assimilation, and people love to talk about America as this melting pot. Okay, well then melt. Prior to Trump's executive order in March making English the official language of this country, people loved to make the argument here that because America does not have an official language, then it is okay that people don't bother to learn English, which I have always thought is an insane position, but whatever. But English is clearly the language of America. Zach pointed this out himself. This is the language of the founding documents. The language that law and business and commerce are conducted in. It is the common tongue that we speak amongst ourselves in everyday life to be understood and to communicate. English is the language of this country. Does this mean that you cannot be bilingual? No, that is insane. Lots of people speak different languages with their friends or with their parents or with their... But the important thing is that when they go out into the world, there is a shared language known as English, and that's what we all speak to each other. It is interesting because when I started working on this video, I was reminded about the fact that this is legitimately not like a radical or extreme position, because wanting to have a common language has been so normal for so long, up until very recently. Outside of a shared language in this country context, I'm sure that a bunch of you are familiar with the fact that French, for example, used to be the lingua franca, or the auxiliary language, used between people in European countries who didn't speak a common tongue. So the common tongue was French. They would communicate in French. Now that language is English because it's the global language and the language that everybody uses. Nobody speaks the same language. I hope this makes sense. My confusing and probably ineffective explanation here aside, my point is that whether it's English or French or some other language, there is a need for a shared common language, a shared common tongue for people to communicate, and this transcends individual cultures. Back in early 2025, the New York Times ran a piece that basically suggested that Trump's executive order about the English language being the primary language of the United States is somehow unfair or racist. The piece points out that this idea was actually expressed by the founding fathers and other American leaders over the years. You guys are gonna love this one. Benjamin Franklin worried that there was too much German being spoken in the United States in the early days. Theodore Roosevelt expressed in 1919 that, quote, "We have room for but one language in this country, and that is the English language. For we intend to see that the crucible turns our people out as Americans of American nationality, and not as dwellers in a polyglot house." Tell us how you really feel there, Teddy boy. Tell us. Totally bizarrely, this writer argues that because another language is harder to acquire as someone ages, it's unreasonable to expect older players to learn, which is crazy, in part because of the aforementioned language immersion thing that I mentioned earlier. So much of this article is incredibly annoying, but you guys are going to especially love this part. Imagine a native Mandarin speaker who is new or newish to English. Let's say that she can get by just fine while navigating a menu or engaging in quick exchanges. Grand. But if she were being admitted to a hospital, taking a citizenship test, voting, or doing anything else involving detail or urgency, she would want to be able to use, hear, or read her native language. To deny her that is
in mein Step?
is pointless and unfeeling. Why is a person who cannot speak English voting or taking a citizenship test? I'm actually quite certain that you need to be proficient in English to do a citizenship test in the first place, so who are you letting write for you these days, New York Times? What is happening here? Anyway, without going on about this for a million years, I don't think that it's racist or intolerant or xenophobic to ask that someone moving to a country learns to speak the native language of that country. And this, for me, also goes for English speakers. I think it's pretty rude to go somewhere and to not make the effort to learn the language of the place that you have moved to. Ignorant, and I think it's quite disrespectful. And you know, truthfully, I am really glad to see someone like Zach who's got such a massive audience and such a big reach, and people hate watch him too, which means that more of his ideas get out there. I'm glad to see him expressing these viewpoints and pulling them back into the limelight, because I think some of these pretty common sense components of the immigration debate get away from us because we fixate so much on the more extreme components. In the US context, and really in the context of any other country, asking someone to learn the language, and in this case, asking for is a pragmatic stance. And I think the less current romanticization, is that a word? Romanticization? It doesn't sound like one. We're going to go with romanticizing. Their current romanticizing of immigration without assimilation is just so unhelpful, even for immigrants themselves. And I think really what it will lead to is this specific issue becoming more and more radicalized until that is sort of the prevailing stance. I think that more people get radicalized on this, and I really think that will achieve the ends that the left is looking for. In the end, asking that people speak a shared language is a logical step towards a functioning society, and the fact that we're at the point where this is apparently a racist position is kind of crazy. But like I said, I am always glad to see really big voices in the cultural space talking about these things and bringing them to the forefront and really demonstrating how important it is that we maintain a level of logic and intelligence when it comes to the immigration situation. Now on that note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out the new YouTube link in the description. As you know, they've been a long-term friend of the channel, so if this is something that you struggle with, absolutely check them out and see if they might be the solution for you. Now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? I got a lot of responses to the last video that I made talking about immigration, and a lot of people are on the same page with me. A lot of people obviously disagreed or had different takes on it, but this is kind of in the same vein. So where do you land on this? How do you feel about people not speaking the language of the country that you live in? Do you think it's disrespectful? Do you think it's crappy? Do you think that it's really not that important and people can get by like this? What do you think of Zach's comments and commentary? Do you agree with the fact that he is very blunt in his delivery, which can make him kind of off-putting for some people? Do you think that the bluntness is actually necessary and that we are so past the point of caring about offending people's feelings? What do you think of this overall discussion about assimilation and immigration and people fitting in and people making the effort? Do you think that it's good, bad, necessary, and what do you generally make of this issue overall? As always, if you have made it this far in the video, congratulations. I always like having you along before the ride. If you are new here and you're already and you would like to see more of me and more of this kind of content, feel free to subscribe to the channel, as well as leaving this video a like and a comment, because I do read the majority of them, and I like hearing your feedback, even when you're yelling at me about this. As I always say, I hope you wonderful little chickadee people stay safe as well and make good choices, and once again, Merry Christmas to all of you. I hope it is wonderful and beautiful, and Santa brings you lots of fun gifts, and I will see you all wonderful videos.
That was the most fun I've had in a very short time. What can I say? I don't like getting lost in the minutiae.
hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of resets until the game is reduced to its fundamental components, broken down into absolutes that are quantifiable, measurable. Don't get it twisted though, this isn't a destructive disassembly. Each piece is analyzed, evaluated, and refactored into a form that fits a single purpose: speed. The way that runners talk about the games they're playing solidifies this idea. They'll be playing an absolutely universally enjoyed game and trash talk it. Whether that's repetitive cutscenes they've been forced to sit through hundreds of times, or janky physics only seen when pushing the game to its limits. But they're not talking about the game we played, they're talking about the game in the form they made out of its parts. What they've created is functionally a completely new game, at most times completely outside the intention of the original development. And for better or worse, this innovation never stops. While most games pursue fun, speedruns pursue speed, completely ignoring the game's value as entertainment. This is why Super Mario 64 has 5 different categories to compete in, each completely their own unique game. 120 Star, the category where you collect each of the game's collectible stars, looks very much like the game us non-speedrunners are familiar with, outside of the big glitches. As time has gone on and runners have found new tools to chop down the game, they eventually found a way to complete the whole game without ever collecting a single star. But this didn't prevent them from seeing what they had created along the way. 120 Star is a great showcase of how they've optimized every level in the game. 70 shows the minimum intended content and allows for creative routing. 16 features some of the most popular skips and tricks while still showcasing some level of optimization and movement, and the 1 and 0 categories show how little of the game you actually have to complete with our current knowledge of the game. These are 5 very different sculptures of the same game made from the same parts that speedrunners have created over the almost 3 decades that and allow runners to compete in different arenas that aren't all just about finishing the game they love as fast as possible by skipping as much of the game as they can. Even within the context of the speedrunning community, there are people playing the same game in different ways. While the runners themselves use their current toolset to actually see how low they can push their times, there are people who exclusively look for new ways to cut out sections or improve current routes. Some are purists who use tools to emulate inputs that aren't possible for humans just to see the theoretical limits, and some are hunters that track down any and all vulnerabilities that could be used down the time. The speedrunning ecosystem may be a vast community that houses all sorts of gamers, but I don't think this is where my favorite hangs his cap. In his excitement explaining all of the things he enjoyed about Far Cry 4, he unfortunately never brought up his personal best. In fact, when I asked him how long it took him for each playthrough, he gave me a rough estimate in line with how long to beat. Surely he's doing something to change it. Maybe like a different route through the skill tree, or using a different weapon, or maybe he's imposing restrictions on himself. Do you think you could beat the original Final Fantasy without ever spending any gold? Well, if you're like me, the full scope of restrictions this imposes is unclear. YouTuber Seer shows the unique challenges this restriction creates begin as soon as you start the game. Saving your game is initially impossible. You have to stay at an inn in order to save your progress. The original game features no free check-ins. This is just the start of your problems, though, as your entire party is completely hidden, with not even a knife to their name. This makes it almost impossible to limp your way through the first few levels, as even the most simple encounters will beat your party to death's door. The route in Solution Seer ends up applying to make their way through the game with this restriction is impressive and clearly shows how much they understand the game. I won't spoil it for you, and I'll put a link to the video in the description, but I think the challenge they laid out itself shows even more expertise. I've beaten Final Fantasy, and I'll come up with a challenge right here. No fighters! You're not allowed to use the most powerful class in the game. Well, not only is this an easily completable challenge, its many solutions aren't that interesting either, generally requiring just tedious amounts of grinding until your party is unstoppably powerful. Okay, well then you can only use one character. All the other key heroes need to be knocked out except for one. I have no idea if that's possible. I lack the foundational knowledge of all of the challenges the game presents to know if it's possible, and even then, maybe it's boring and just requires hours of grinding, like that restriction of spending gold on Razor's Edge. It's just barely possible, and shows not only Seer's deep understanding of the game, but presents unique problems exclusive to only this challenge, and reveals a completely new way to experience a game so old that it even predates me. Speaking of old RPGs, how would you feel being trapped for a Caterpie for 240 days? Keep in mind, they sound like this apparently. Well, look no further than Gaspar's guide to putting you in this exact scenario. Using a Japanese version of Pokemon Crystal, they were able to craft a game state so uniquely stuck that your only two methods of escape were to trade with other Japanese versions of the game or farm a single berry bush every single day for 240 days like it's an old Facebook game. Let me explain. If you'd like to see the specifics on the actual setup, I'll put a link to Gaspar's video in the description. But once it's done, you're stuck here, right in front of the Elite Four with nothing but a level 3 Caterpie and not $1 to your name. Normally, you could use or teach a Pokemon the move Fly, which lets you travel to any previous locations. But this setup prevents you from using Fly to escape this, or buying a Pokeball to catch something that can learn Fly. Going forward through the Elite Four is impossible, believe it or not. Most of the Elite Four's Pokemon are kind of a bad matchup for Akira Caterpie. It's not his game. So your only way out is back through Victory Road. Unfortunately, every single tile in this cave can trigger a random encounter, and each one of them defeats our level 3, sending us right back to the entrance of the Elite Four. So, guess that's it. Well, fortunately for us, you can save each and every step of the cave, and simply load the save if you take a step and get an encounter. So after the mind-numbing task of going through the cave and saving every single step, we're out, free to wander wherever we'd like. Well, almost. We're surrounded by lakes, and Caterpie has always had a fear of deep bodies of water, so he can't learn Surf to cross it. To top things off, all the wild Pokemon and trainers here also beat up our favorite bug, so there's no way to get experience or money for a Pokeball. However, there is a single ray of hope, a solitary, life-giving bush that drops one Ice Berry every 24 hours. Real life hours. Fortunately for us, we can sell these for legal tender all the way back at the Elite Four. Now these berries sell for a whopping 5 yen, and a Pokeball is 200, so that'd take us about 40 days of farming the Ice Berry bush. The problem is the Elite Four shop doesn't sell Pokeballs. It sells Ultra Balls, which are a staggering 1,200 yen, upping the amount of time we'd have to pick berries for the promised 240 days. If you're interested in the video, he goes over all the other ways that you're completely, totally stuck there. It's a good watch. But there's a lot of ways to soft lock yourself, especially in older Pokemon games. But Picasper's soft lock picking series all leave the smallest escape hatch only visible to others that share their understanding of the game. Whether that's stranding you in a town with a Pokemon that will, in hours of fighting low-level Magikarp, eventually evolve into something that can fly, or leaving you with a legendary Pokemon that can only explode, making this level 5 Starly completely impossible to defeat. Each softlock is its own unique slice of barely escapable hell. Finding these softlock game states or creating challenging restrictions is an awesome way to breathe new life into these titles, but there's no way that's what our guy is doing in Far Cry 4. My man is too employed to do that. It's too bad he's on console. The age-old method of returning to games on PC is mods. Of course, there's all the mods for somewhat modern games like the Bethesda titles and anything that has you placing blocks. But what about even older titles? One of my favorite retro game mods that you might have heard of is Randomizers. These mods generally leave most of the game untouched, but randomly scramble the location of items and unlocks each time you start them up. In The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, this chest normally contains the Kokiri sword, but now it contains something else, instantly creating a pretty complicated scenario where you'll have to find strange ways to defeat enemies. This initially didn't strike me as super interesting. I figured most of them would just have you wandering around until you found some of the more powerful unlocks in the game and then just clearing early game bosses with ease. But to my surprise, more times than not, players were going through the game in really unorthodox ways. But as crazy as these routes got, it wasn't enough. How could we push this even further to truly create a random route through a game that is one of one, completely unique? Archipelago is a randomizer that combines multiple games into a single challenge, which is pretty hard to explain. Let's go back to
how? Really?
Theme song is good. To that chest with the Kokiri sword from earlier. It no longer contains an item from the Ocarina of Time, it actually contains an item from Mega Man 2. And defeating a Robot Master in Mega Man 2 might not give me a new weapon, but instead a new unlock for Ocarina of Time. Before you ask, no, I don't have any idea how this works, and you can pick much more than just 2 games to mix together at once. The games that Archipelago supports spans a ton of different genres and eras. Everything from Dark Souls 3 to Bomb Rush Cyberpunk to Doom 1993, games start to feel like you've grabbed multiple jigsaw puzzles and mixed all the pieces together. But you're not even granted the luxury of starting with one pieces. You're just handed a bag labeled like Donkey Kong 64 and told to pull and place a random piece out of the bag that's completely useless without its 4 other connections in a completely different game. The whole concept is so wildly outside the developer's original intention that it's borderline comical. Depending on the locations of the items that are placed, you can unlock most of one game's power-ups by just playing one of the other games you've included, sweeping early game bosses with items you were never meant to have at earlier parts of the game. The shape and structure of each of these games is changed so much it feels disingenuous to say this method breathes new life into old games, but rather separates and scatters their mechanics, allowing you to rearrange them in ways nobody else has ever seen. To me, this is a nightmare. Everything is so random and mismatched that it feels impossible to evaluate as a whole, but it does reintroduce something long lost to these titles. With basically any game older than like 3 months, they're completely known, especially so for popular retro games. Every chest open, every assembly line documented, every secret exposed, but Archipelago manages to take at least a little bit of that away. The contents of chests or their equivalent and areas you'll be able to access with specific upgrades are random. It may be that you've never fought Flashman without his corresponding weakness because why would you? But Archipelago may force you to experience this by locking Metal Blade in some chest you can't access in another game you can't reach without the unlock you get from Flashman. While Archipelago doesn't introduce anything that isn't in any of the titles you choose to mash up, it does force you to play them in ways you probably never have, even if it isn't balanced in any way. Do I need to convince you that my neighbor in his 50s wasn't using an incredibly unique and complicated retro game randomizer that doesn't even support Far Cry 4 to spice up his 30th playthrough of the game? There's so many quotes from almost all eras about returning to something you've experienced before. No man ever steps in the same river twice. A classic is a book that's never finished saying what it has to say. Do I think that Far Cry 4 is an undiscovered, certifiable classic that warrants dedicating your entire gaming career to, exploring its themes and concepts? Probably not. But my neighbor is undeniably a gamer. One that just happens to spend like 15 hours a week playing the same offline single-player game over and over again. But is it really on the outer limits of gaming? Just as much as your uncle that buys the same basketball game every year, and the world record holder of your favorite speedrun, and the Garen player on League that has tens of thousand hours on just Garen, but is still ranked iron, the more I look for ways people play games, the more normal my neighbor seems. Look at this guy. He's playing Winston on bananas, bro. In good faith, I can't be like, get a load of this guy. He plays Far Cry 4 on the Wii. Like, I can't do it. In a way, my neighbor is a man after my own heart, sticking purely to developer intentions, not straying from the path and approaching the game as it is for what it was meant to be. But the range and effort people go to create something new with existing parts is, at times, as creative as the base material itself. Whether that's laying bare the core of what makes the game tick, exploring uncharted routes, or just trimming some of the fat off the edges. These modifications each reflect a different interpretation of what makes games so great in the first place. I used to wrongfully judge both the Far Cry 4 purists as well as the modders and remixers, frustrated that in the face of an endless stream of great games both from the past and present, they instead chose to focus on just a single piece. But now I can understand the comfort of knowing what's around every corner, and the creative outlet reshaping games can be. You're never getting this out of me again. We all know video games are about right and wrong, optimal and unoptimal, but just this once, I'll let my neighbor play Far Cry 4 till the day he dies.
Everyone has that one game that they remember from their childhood. I mean, yes, we all had multiple games we played, But I'm willing to bet that you have one game in particular that you fucking remember. I'm talking Mountain Dew drinking, Hot Pocket eating, playing till the sun comes up and you know your mom's gonna come in getting pissed at you because you spent way too long playing games. Now, for a lot of you, that's probably WoW or Modern Warfare or even fucking Peggle. I don't know, maybe Castle Crashers, go to the game. But for me, that was COD Zombies. It didn't matter if it was World at War to Black Ops 3, that's what I was doing.
I'm out. Camera.
I'm working for everybody. Aiden, do you have Wonderwolf still? Alright, I'm a train. I'm dead. You fucked yourself. You just fucked yourself.
Insta-kill. Haven't you ever felt a personal pain? I'm taking these
Learning the story of Takio, Richthofen, Dempsey, and Nikolai. And these guys too. But mainly the goats. I mean, these guys pretty much raised me. Yeah, they were all stereotypes, but fuck. Anyway, this game really raised me. This game really raised me in a way that I cannot explain. I look forward to every DLC release. Whenever the new trailer released for every DLC, I would lose my mind. I'd be like, Mom, please! This one has the presidency, and it's in the fucking Pentagon. It's just a storm, Dick. Calm down.
World at War was the one that started it all. And Zombies wasn't even really supposed to be like a fully fleshed out game mode. It was kind of a joke that you unlocked after beating the campaign. And yet it blew everybody away. The first map was Knockdown Toteman and was simple and small, but my god, the atmosphere. I was 4 whenever I watched my brother play this game in 2008, and I played it by myself and it scared the shit out of me. The eyes in the fog, that random brick wall that the zombies could rip through, that I knew there was a zombie back there, but I couldn't fucking prove it. It was like floating a zombie. I just waited for it. The mystery box was fascinating, with everyone running in between rounds trying to get the holy grail that was the ray gun. Looking back at it, the ray gun had absolutely no context being in Call of Duty, but now the Call of Duty franchise wouldn't be the same without it.
He got it. He got the ray gun. You have a ray gun. I want to hear it. I just heard a biplane fly by my window.
Everyone would set up camp in the second story, and the zombie would just funnel into that doorway in that window, but god damn, if you bought that fucking staircase on the other side, you doomed your team to failure. You don't do that shit.
Also, one thing that's always bothered me about this map was the little cabinet. If you buy it, you just get a sniper. But it's odd to me that it was framed in such a way. Like, why not just put a wall by there instead? Why is it a cabinet? And it's the only thing like that in Zombies, which I think makes it even more odd. But World at War had so many maps that were hard to forget, and specifically Varuk. Varuk scared the shit out of me whenever I was younger. The little spots you could go to and hear odd noises that weren't quite right and shouldn't be there, like people screaming, or the general atmosphere that makes it feel like actual hell. Nothing felt right, especially whenever you would spawn in for the first time expecting to see all your buddies there, and then you would just not fucking be next to them.
Hey man, you gotta turn the power so I can. Yeah. Varuk added perks. No, not those kind. Come on, get your 6-7 ass humor out of here. And it changed the game, adding Juggernaut, Speed Cola, Double Tap, and Quick Revive. It was basically knocked on steroids, even creepier though.
Hey, Sergeant, I'm geek. Sergeant, I'm geek.
Sergeant, I regret to inform you I'm geeking. I'm geeking. What's wrong with your friends? Are you geeking or something? He's not geeking. Don't say that.
He's
Ah!
But it seemed like the COD developers were taking Zombies more seriously and really fleshing it out, as the community really did have a demand for it. After the Wonderwolf came in and people were like, holy shit, what's gonna come next? Then Shi No Numa came. And my god. While Varuk and Noct mainly focused on adding to your arsenal with the ray gun and the Wonderwolf and the perks, Shi No Numa expanded upon the map, allowing for gondola and different traps. It also contributed to my young developing gambling addiction, not only with the box, that was already a thing. In every map before this, the perks had a preset location where they would in fact spawn. And Shinonuma, they changed that to where it changed whatever shack it spawned in every round. So you no longer had the preset ball knowledge of knowing where the perks were going to be. You didn't get to know where Jagga's speed was off rip due to ball knowledge, man. Come on. Coaches don't play. But that don't mean you don't got ball. So you and your friends would just fumble through the fucking map hoping to find the perk that you needed first, and whoever was going to get the Wonderwall. And the damn dogs were at it. However, the upside to this is now you can get max ammo every couple of rounds. Every 5 to 10 rounds, for being honest. I don't know the exact number. Leave it in the comments. You get fucking engagement right there, guys.
Also, funny thing about this map in particular is it has a weird zombie spawn limit that wasn't really seen in any of the other maps. Like, 24.
a short break. Did you enjoy it?
This is only with the World at War version of Shinonuma, which was so odd to me. I think because of this, the highest round ever in COD Zombies is typically on Shinonuma, and I think currently it's at like 11,843. I definitely didn't look that up or anything, I just knew that off the top of my head. While Darius is 255, and that's on Black Ops 3, so needless to say, this map is an anomaly in a lot of ways. This also had the first kind of visual sightings we had seen of Element 115 in the form of meteors.
Let's see what you got left in the tank.
prefer loud! That feels particularly good.
Double points!
Do you know what really happens after death?
Max ammo!
Nothing! Gather one to gather all! If I must wear this hideous thing, I will do so vigorously.
Insta-kill!
You'll know me by the bodies I leave in my wake. Tossing Semtex. Ah, that's put a spring in mein step. just can't.
Max armor! Insta-kill!
Are there any grave diggers around here? Surely they must be in high demand. better than what? I am not sure. I don't like getting lost in the minutiae.
Insta-kill!
Why don't you pick on someone else? You do have choices. I wish I knew you all by name, just so I could gloat properly. Your bodies will be compressed to mere non-existent dimensions. Enjoy!
Max armor!
That feels particularly good.
I'd say fetch me their souls, but it's a little late for that.
Do you know what really happens after death? Nothing! I feel better. Better than what? I am not sure. Take one of these! Doctor's orders! Me, am a weapon of mass! If only I had some surplus meat to distract them! If I had time, I would investigate how this works. Sadly, I do not.
Max armor!
fucking filth has walked its last! Are there any grave diggers around here? Surely they must be in high demand. shall be compressed to near non-existent dimensions. Enjoy!
Insta-kill double points!
Me, as a weapon of mass destruction! If I had time, I could investigate how this functions. Sadly, I do not.
Bonus points! Max armor!
Like rams to the slaughter! Deadlands!
Max ammo!
That felt particularly good.
Full power!
clever dark magic befits mine goals. Better than what? I am not sure. Oh, goody! I've attracted the wrong kind of attention.
Let's see what you got left in the tank.
This requires skill and dumb luck. Just like a carnival.
I knew I was exceedingly formula, but...
Look at you! Got you all like the film.
Should I be wearing safety goggles? Max ammo! That's put a spring in my step. What can I say? I don't like getting lost in the minutia.
Insta-kill!
Everyone else still alive! Please wait your turn! sacrifice. Better than what? I am not sure. take photographs. I'd really like to study them. They do say that misery loves company.
Max ammo! Max armor! Full power!
That felt particularly cool.
Insta-kill! Double points!
All athletes are fascinating. Water strike is the name of the game. Commandeer the area and hold back.
Richtofen requesting LDBR. bodies will be compressed to near non-existent dimensions. Enjoy!
Bonus points. Max ammo.
They died so that I might live.
Max armor.
You will know me by the bodies I leave in my wake.
You impure filth are gonna learn your place.
The facelift was a resounding success! I do not need a shroud to keep my secrets. They died so that I might live. So many bodies, so little time. Jolly good. Die, you disgusting meat monkeys!
Insta-kill!
What can I say? I don't like getting lost in the minutia.